Welcome to today's masterclass with the artistic director of the ISA 21, Professor Johannes Meissl. I'm sure you already know just how renowned Johannes Meissl is in the chamber music world. For almost 4 decades, Johannes has been part of the Artist Quartett and has traveled the world with them and played in the most prestigious halls. Today, he will coach 3 young ensembles, 2 quartets, and 1 piano trio. First up is the Artel Quartet. This is a Vienna-based quartet made up of young international players. Their aim is to promote a cultural dialogue between East and West. They will be working on Gottfried von Einem String Quartett Nr. 3, which premiered 1981 at the Wiener Musikverein. Gottfried von Einem, as you know, was an Austrian composer and a highly influential figure in Austrian contemporary classical music in the 20th century. Enjoy.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you slept well despite the thunderstorm and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wanted to start with the second movement, you told me?
Yes.
Then, I would say let's get started.
Yep.
And I will listen.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Very nicely played. Just not to hold back. We have been working on that already, but I haven't heard it in a while from you. And what I appreciate very much is the sound beauty, actually, really. Very, very good. And most of the time, in my opinion, also balance is okay, but for the first presentation of the main tune, I think, Zarina, you have to be a bit more in front, because otherwise it's a bit difficult for people who are not familiar with the piece to understand that this is the long melody that is just throughout presented by the second violin. A bit of a general observation from what I heard now is that maybe you are a bit over concerned about the Sostenuto indication. So it seems for me a bit hesitant to actually really indulge into a natural flow and momentum that in many phrases actually would be there, and it feels a bit draggy.
Yeah, it's
yeah, yeah. It's. I mean, it's even the basic pulse could be a tiny bit more fluent, but just a tiny bit. But then, when the musical chorus suggests, then you should not work against it, but rather, yeah, as I said, indulge. It's not about something like deliberately pushing forward or something like that, but just naturally follow the momentum. Okay, so may I give you a couple of comments? The beginning, Djanay, very, very nice. In my opinion, the first 1.5 bars, wonderful. How do you see this, apart from being concerned with the slightly odd rhythmic feature of yakadatampam? But what is it for you? I mean, what is clear is that the third bar has to be with a strong intensity, because it needs to have the chance to have this retreating gesture when the others come in. But is it something that you know from the very beginning that you will play the third bar like that?
No.
No.
No, no, no.
So there must be some point where you kind of change your mind, or get after just exploring the situation, that you have an idea somehow, or yeah, an impulse to go somewhere. And I think this is the spot is that actually the small gesture is not so much this is it, but that you come out of this reflexive or reflective mood, and then I would suggest that you just take your time for putting the one in the third bar, and this is then in time for you, yeah? So that you don't wait, but you take time. Can we try it like that? And it might become a bit more or a bit less uncomfortable.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. But before we head into the wonderfully extensive melody, just a comment. I think we are on the right way. What I liked very much before, that it had a certain basic expressiveness. Now it was a bit neutral, Yeah, but anyway, there are, of course, infinite possibilities to differentiate the possible shades. Just a couple of words about this whole musical style. Again, I mean, Gottfried von Einem, who composed this quartet like beginning of the 80s, as we know, but maybe not everybody who's listening to us now, is an outstanding figure in Austrian musical history because because he deliberately chose to compose in the way he composed, fully aware of everything else that was going on. So it was not that he, for whatever reason, lived in seclusion in some blockhouse in the woods and never realized what happened otherwise in 20th century avant-garde and modern music. But he, with a very strong argumentation for a very good reason for himself, decided to compose, first of all, within tonality. Secondly, with always the ambition to be kind of immediately comprehensible, even if people did not understand or do not understand how it's made. This is not the point. But that something is comprehensible, that you immediately have the feeling you you understand kind of what is going on, and that you are also touched immediately emotionally. Okay, so therefore there is a lot of things that sounds a bit like music known from before, but at the same time Einem managed to create a musical language that is very much von Einem. And that's a huge achievement. And one of his most important credos was that he should always be able to write expansive melodies on their own, which is very well shown with this main tune starting from bar 4, and that everything that goes on always has to be in a really good contrapuntal relation. All the voices permanently have something to do with each other. Okay, therefore we need, that everything that we qualify as the principal tune in a stretch is played in a way that everybody can still follow this, because this opens the space for the others not to be just in the background, but also to partake in every small, nice side world and opening the whole space of it. Okay, so that's the reason. It's not just like that we want to have a very simple thing, and this is the main tune here, and this is the main tune there, and we are happy if we just feature these things. It's actually the other way around. By making sure that the principal tune is really very well sustained, we give the others the chance to live and not to be just in the background, okay? So that we understand what the purpose of this is. Okay, I will give it another try, Djanay, and I think probably the accent on the B natural in the second bar is a bit too much, simply.
Okay.
It's more like the yakatatam-pum, like it's initiating this small, a bit capricious gesture. Huh?
So it doesn't have to be that big.
I think it's, yes, it's just too big. It seems like this is already the sforzato.
Okay.
Huh? Give it another try. and before because maybe we are immediately totally successful, and then get into the tune, when Zarina starts with very important that yes, that you just make sure that there is the pulsation.
Yeah, otherwise we instantly start to drag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, sorry, but you were not totally satisfied, but it was by far the best we heard. Yeah. No, really. And I think we can do it one more time. And then, fine. The sound is very nice, Zarina, but you don't keep the expressive quality of the half notes until their end. Okay. And that means every time there's something, a small thing, for example, from Lily in bar 5, it is a bit like totally shifting the attention. And it should be like, going with it and coming with it. So I don't think that you have to change something, but you have to sustain a tiny bit longer and not leave the focus, the contact of the bow. Yeah. Okay. One more time from the beginning, please. Very good, much better, Zarina. So really keep this up. And now I would, in bar 8 and 9, I think, don't try to make the hairpin thing with this attitude, but rather with a breathing attitude. Yeah. You have a tendency when you increase the sound that you do this.
Yeah, we do.
So that there's always some inner breath in the long phrase. Then everybody is happy with the tranquility of it also, and never something that feels sticky or draggy, because then rather quickly there is the possibility that instead of being enjoyable, it gets annoying, and one has the feeling, yeah. And this is in our hands, because the written music is the same, yeah. I'm sure Djanay wants to do it one more time. Yes. May I just say that don't slow down da too much, because yakadadam has a certain, as I said, a capriciousness, and it falls a bit too much out of relation within the structure anyway. Okay. Yeah, but taking time for the one, that's the most crucial thing in bar 3. Okay. Yeah. I think with this we can live. There was a slight over pressing at the sforzato. What can you do not to do that?
Take a time.
Time, but you had
Yeah,
you had a vertical pressure impulse after starting the note. That will always turn out like that.
yeah, I have to like go.
You
into
just
the
you
string.
go
Yeah.
into the string from the beginning and then release actually.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But we can go from there. Just the third bar. And then my question is, what's the phrasing, Zarina? Sound is great now, but what is the phrasing?
So, as I understood, it should be like linear, and so. Da, 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 and then we're coming to this. It is.
Yeah, but my question is because I have the feeling that you very much shape it 2 bars and 2 bars.
Yeah, that was my.
That is what you
intention,
deliberately
yeah.
are doing.
No, it should be more like.
I think
long-
it's
the-
necessary
the
to
long-
connect the 4 bars more, and therefore you have to be a bit more on bar 6, because
Okay.
otherwise the others almost necessarily are going to swallow you. Yeah, and also if you look into how the cello part is written, then you see that there is no disruption between bar 5 and bar 6. But rather with this additional 8th note, it's connected. Yeah? Okay, let's try from bar 3. Very good, very good. May I just so now I could feel that this was a real thing over 8 bars. Good, and it doesn't feel sticky anymore. And
Will you think it in 4 or in a slow 2? Will you think it in 4 or a slow 2?
well, the music is in 2, but I think you need a certain pulse that is support, because otherwise you're up there. Yeah. So you maybe I mean he gives the metronome marking is a quarter note.
Yeah, it's a quarter.
The music basically is in 2, yes, but so
Because
if we make like a argumentative compromise and say 1 and 2 and
3 and 4.
yeah, and 2 and yeah. So the subdivision. Of course, you can, if you think of this, by the way, is always helpful for us to imagine how we, imagining ourselves as good conductors, would conduct a pulse or a movement. Yeah, a movement not in the sense of a piece, but the moving.
So in 2 subdivided.
And probably to not be, because if you conduct something like that in, then you very much still signal that it is not going. Yeah, that it is, even if it's the same tempo. If you have, then you have a bit more the chance. Yeah, and it's just it's a bit that that there is no no real halting emphasis on the half bar. Yeah? Okay, but very good. So now, when we start from bar 12, we have the second division. and we get another 8-bar phrase. And in this, it's even more difficult to maintain the clear lead of the second violin as the principal voice. But we are in agreement that this is the case?
Yeah.
Good. Then the start with this kind of molto piano in 12 you are playing is very nice. But the others, please make sure that you are not immediately kind of taking over. And also then the written crescendo 14 and 15 leading into the sforzato in 16. The others, I think, have the function to really support and carry Zarina. And then it's very important that you are not done with 16, but 16, 17 goes into 18 and then has 2 bars to close the phrase.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it's not vanishing in super pianissimo, but actually you return to the piano espressivo when then the first violin takes over.
As that we had at the beginning.
Yeah. And what is the wonderful thing actually with this music is what is required to make this work is very much the same as in a lot of music from the 19th century, and late 19th century music also. Yeah? That we understand where things really go and where the turning points are and so forth. And just to let's give it a try now from 12. Yeah. Okay, very good. Zarina, not less than this, but that's gonna work. And 18 and 19, I have the feeling that, Djanay, you want to play yourself into the leading role, but I think it's not necessary because of the texture and the voicing. So just do what Mr. Einem wrote there.
Okay.
And follow the diminuendo sign. Yeah,
I obey.
You will be audible anyway because everybody is going away and is below you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Can we try it once more and maybe you find the place where it's necessary to get moving without somebody from outside telling you. You know, we could as we repeatedly did, we could do it kind of with the help of a conductor, and then you immediately feel very comfortable and safe. But the problem is you have to do it without. So you are your own conductors. Okay, let's give it a try from 12. Very good. This was very nice. I think in 20 after releasing, it's crucial, Lily, that you really are not hesitant with the second, because the time actually, I feel you are taking, which is very nice, is before the 1. And that means the second quarter note in 20 ought not to be late, or yeah, because otherwise we again get into this sticky chewing gum business. Okay, let's try from 18.
18.
18, where we are still actually strong. Very good. Again, here a small thing. So we have just that we always bring together what we can read, what the composer gives in markings. So very nice now was the quality of the C major 7, 7th chord in 22 with the B flat, Lily's B flat. From 24, what do we read in additional signs? Crescendo. Okay. Where does the crescendo go? Which bar? I mean? 27.
Yes.
What is our desired volume there? Because it's not indicated by Einem.
Mezzo forte.
No, maybe forte.
Forte, I would say.
Okay, so there's maybe a certain agreement necessary. Maybe not molto forte, I would think.
Yeah.
Something
Big
rich
medio
and
forte.
and profound, something like that. So maybe you can say poco forte. Or, okay. If we start out from piano, and it can be, maybe it's good to start molto piano in 24. And if we don't go to fortissimo, so maybe the distribution of the crescendo, as you did it, is not really ideal.
I did too much on 25 already.
I heard already lots of crescendo in 24, and even on the first beat.
Yeah.
Da, 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 it already was like that. Okay, and this is just something, this is also, that this is not only for this piece, it's just that immediately when we are out for stretching longer connections, then this is something we always have to
because
keep in mind.
Nothing else happened.
No, it was actually, you told everything and then one had to wait until the phrase is finished. And this is always the most awkward thing. It's like in storytelling. Yeah, you clumsily already give away kind of the punchline.
Spoiler.
Yeah, and then you go on telling.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Let's go from 22 from this change, and then feel what is going on from 24. Now, just like when you start, it was much better. Much better. I'm just a small thing for Zarina, that you don't do exactly the same what you are doing in 24, in 26 again.
Okay.
Because this interrupts this course a bit too much. Ding, ba-da-dum, dum, 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 ti, da, da, da. A tiny bit of it is there, and it's fine, but it is within the bigger development. Yeah, because otherwise you force the others to step back again, and this doesn't go together with what we actually agreed that we want to achieve. Okay, and for Melchior, then after making the harmonic cadence on F, you just let go.
Just boom.
So it's not necessary to do anything special, but just let the flow go, and on top of it we start this next very, very long stretch that then culminates in the outcry of the second violin. Yeah? Okay, so we do it one more time from 24, please. Sorry. You seem to very good. But here this is crucial. If you retreat when you reach the C, then it's like you pull away the carpet that is the ground for this biggest
because
thing.
I felt I was a bit covering, so I just keep pushing.
No, you are so far away.
Yes, ambitus is huge. So
so
Yes.
Just always have in mind awareness of, hopefully I'm not too much, gets like exponentially more necessary the more the voices are close together. Yeah. As soon as the texture is opening, then it's actually the other way around. Because if you're not enough, then there is no basis, no foundation for the big leaps into the high regions. Okay, so but I think we don't need the whole stretch again. We might start from 36. Yeah, 36.
Yes.
Much more successful. Melchior, is it possible that you find something that, like the irregular, it's a bit like telegraphing something, that you feel some natural momentum in it, and not just try to execute diligently and correctly the different. So the first time when it changes strongly from 37 to 38, I think this is giving the basis here, Then again, when we come to the D major, that is in bar 40, you also have the eighth notes, bam, 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 and then I think actually from the change to the D flat, that this is already heading with the additional sforzato into the C. And then we need the next bars, especially the one in 43, where there's just a regular syncopation, that this really goes into 44 and then keeps it up, and in 45 naturally then tan 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 bum bum finishes. So that you also have the feeling that you're not just like I have to do something. The others have most emotional place, and you're actually not part of it. Of course, you should not play espressivo, but as a really important contributor. Let's try one more time, the same thing. Yeah. Good. Let's go now from 42. And since everybody is leading into 44 together, also, Zarina, I think you need to do a bit more crescendo on the lower G before you go.
Okay.
Yeah? Zarina, you hit the B flat sforzato very well, and then you seem always afraid of how to come down to the E. So either you play it with a portamento, which fits to the singing, or you play it harmonic, which is also a possibility. Give it a try.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just for you, it's the same. It's just for her. No?
42?
42 again, yes.
And now I will try to
with portamento. A bit of, not too much, but a bit is good, certainly. Yeah. It's good, and you can, as soon as you give yourself the permission, the tira with portamento, with a small slide, is fine. There are many, almost infinite variants, how you can play this portamento. It's as long as you are, no, I'm not supposed to, then it feels like this restriction. Yeah? And it is important that Zarina is totally confident, because this is probably so far the most impressive place in the movement. Yeah? So it has to deliver. One last time, and then we go on. Actually, before I was concerned with something else. I didn't realize. Did you, Djanay, play on G string in 46?
Ah, yes.
You did.
Yeah.
So you did
That's
it
why it
so
was
well
out of
that
tune.
the special quality of this, that it has something a bit like.
It didn't work.
It didn't.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Just too good. Yeah. That is, okay. Okay, what I think is that there should be a tiny bit more time, because it's actually really loud, and it should not make a huge diminuendo. A bit of diminuendo is fine, but actually
so
almost
the end not.
Yeah, well, not like.
Okay.
But a here. Oh, yeah, and then we need
Mini van de Poel.
a new situation.
Because I think it depends of me a lot, because I have before this piano I have ta-ra, these two notes, so it's maybe me who has to lead like.
Yeah, but I also have my last C, which sounds like like a horn, so you have to be a bit careful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just maybe we do it. We can go from 44 right away, huh?
Yeah.
All right. And don't play 46. You know, this technique of ours to be able to
Yes,
really
of course,
draw our attention to the ending of something before the changes come.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We don't continue.
So we just play 44 and 46 until the end. 45 until the end. Yeah. Okay, so now we can decide if we want to have the last eighth note like, huh? Or is it the last quarter note actually that has the last impact? What would you think?
I think it's a quarter first, yes.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
longer
Yes.
and like it's crescendo and then closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the
okay.
quarter note. If everybody heads for the last quarter note as the biggest, yeah? Do
Yes.
this, but without playing the next one, because still we want not.
And
We
the
don't
last
want to
eight-
be concerned.
And,
Yeah.
and the last 8 is.
Is
Yeah.
like that, but
Yeah.
not relaxed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and now we have to make sure that it does not get an additional fermata,
Yeah.
the last eighth note, because this makes it difficult to make a cut. Huh? That's great. Okay, and now we try the beginning of the next, just straight piano. Okay. Okay. Maybe just the ba with a bit more impact.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Good. So now this is also settled. Back and we play. Yeah. Very good, very good. Just we do it's for you in private, but the more often I see you play the down way, that just make sure that you really have the contact point on the down bow ready before the high B, and then don't use much bow speed, but little bow speed at the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, this just to. Now, when we have a very good start of, and the connection was great, let's go from 48 and Melchior, now you come in with your own contribution. You come in kind of goofy.
Yeah.
You are not on the you are not in the right order, and this has to be a bit more prominent, I think.
Okay, yeah.
It seems as if you try to sneak in, but yeah. Okay.
But maybe not too much that I can.
48 direct or?
Yeah, 48, I think. Right. So we have da di da di, and that this is the third bar of the phrase. Yeah. Very good, very good. And now we do the whole phrase once more, and let's try to get a bit more aware of the odd things that we have here. So we start in D minor, then there's this opening into E major, then he starts kind of on the wrong foot, and from then it leads into G minor, and at the very ending, it's a bit like, and now what? So that this ending is not an ending of, and here you go, everything was clear and have you understood, but a bit like, huh? Yeah? And then Einem says, and now for something completely different. Yeah, maybe he knew Monty Python. I don't know, but it's a bit like this. So, and okay, and then we have to get ourselves really into this new mood. Okay, so we go one more time from 46, and I would like you to keep the playing, then and just with one general hint or advice from 55, enjoy the danciness, enjoy the jolliness of it, and all these syncopated things that of course have to do with that they somehow refer to jazz. They are not jazz, but they refer to jazz. Yeah. So Einem, first thing when he got familiar with jazz was through his teacher Boris Blacher, and during the Nazi period they always clandestinely listened to the so-called enemy broadcast and heard jazz, and even the only problem Einem had during the Nazi regime, that in his Opus 4, Concerto for Orchestra, he had a real jazz section. And that was the reason why Mr. Goebbels was very annoyed. But okay, so there is a relation, and then also later Einem spent quite some time in the United States. And everything that makes a reference to that, let's take it up. Yeah? So the whole business here is not about, das ist große deutsche Musik. Yeah? It's just fun. Okay? Good. Okay, so let's go from 46 once more. Okay, now it was a bit too strange. Okay. just yeah, there's a bit of it is not jazzy. So jazzy is always to accent the offbeat.
Okay.
Yeah. So never reinforce a syncopation.
She does.
And yeah, don't fall asleep. So he doesn't write pure morceau, but of course the movement is pure morceau.
Yeah, more lively. Yeah.
More lively. Yeah, we have much more smaller units, and yeah, just start enjoying it.
Yeah.
Wham! Dun, dun. Djanay, just don't deny your personality.
That's your personality, Djanay.
Make use of it.
Okay.
just go for it. And so now it's starting to get somewhere, but still I have the feeling that also 56, 57, it feels a bit like, no. Just follow these two things with the lines, but it is, yeah, within the jolly momentum. Okay, so the B sharp remains, of course, and really also towards the ending of the place, 61, it's Melchior, and then 62 and Djanay again, and then kind of everybody together. Kind of molto capriccioso, yeah? And certainly not in a sense of, but hey, yeah? Okay, one more time, I think we get it. And then out of this, yeah? So that everything becomes gestures, kind of ha, yeah, laughter. You know that Einem was a quite good opera composer. Yes, you know. Yeah. We don't make an exam now, but he wrote a couple of actually really popular operas. So he knew about theater, about dramaturgy on stage and so forth, and about human voice and good. Yeah, make use of that. Lost Melchior. He was so keen on playing his capricious thing that he started too early after the 5/4. But it doesn't matter. But still, just try to avoid everything that pulls you back. It's not about pushing. It's just staying all the way, always light and dancey. Yeah? Try one more time. Okay, was much better until 64, and now it's piano. Also the sforzati first, also the accent, and then in 65 not necessarily too strong, just dum 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 dum, tim dum 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 dum. Then in 66, yes, but always also release after the sforzato, so that it does not become aggressive, but still maybe a bit crazily merry. Yeah?
Yeah.
But what is important then is that where diminuendo is written, it's still forte beginning. Dum, dum, dum. Ha, ha. And maybe in the sense of ha, ha, ha. Yeah? Okay. From 64? No. Dum, dum. Bam, dum, dum. And again, everything that is offbeat is interesting. If you play tin, 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 it's not interesting. Bam, tim, tim, bam, bam, bam. Okay? One more time. Again, but now you do it straight there. Yes. You realized? That's good.
Yeah, I was thinking about that now. Yes.
Okay.
67.
And now folky. Okay, so and what happens now in this section after 68? We have still the elements of this interlude, of this intermezzo, the jolly jazzy intermezzo, but it's apparently leading back into something more serious. It's getting more and more serious, like and then it culminates in this fortissimo in 81 with the stretto intervention. And for this, of course, it's okay to kind of burden it a bit, and it's not anymore this. But, yeah. So it's not about slowing down the tempo, but making it heavier. Can we give this a try from 69? Just to make sure now, it was principally okay. Can we go from 67 once more, and then tin 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 da tin da, and tin 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 da dan dan tin dan di tin. That you actually play the same direction, and not with the bar line so much. Okay. Okay, let's give it a try from 76. yam ta-dam. Not yam ta-dam, yam ta-dam, and yam ta-da. You play, yes, yam ta-da. No, the rhythm is sort of, the first short note is too early. Yam ta-da. Yes. You can do it with the octaves. Yes. Okay, so one more time this, and then try to get into the small recap with the variations, which is basically nice, what I heard before. And then we have just a bit of like a souvenir of the first section, and then coda. And coda with the nice cello solo. Cello solo was fine. The accompaniment, does this refer to something that is more tragic, or is it maybe more taken from the middle part from 98? What do you think?
It's not tragic.
No, it's not
No,
tragic.
it's
Maybe a bit melancholic, but
Yes.
it's middle
a
part.
memory of the past.
Rather a memory of the middle part.
Yes.
Not as jolly as the middle part, but yeah.
With a
But
bit of bitterness, maybe. But
Okay, that is
It's the
also
Russian
interesting.
version of it.
No, my observation was it seemed draggy and almost tragic, like pom pom pom. Oh, it's everything. And I think that's a bit too much. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, and look, of course, if you, it's just don't try not to be draggy.
yes.
All the rest, I'm happy with what you imagine. Yeah? As long as this is not contradicting the musical material, fine. Good. So one more time, the same place, and go until the ending.
76.
76 it was.
Yes.
I appreciate your attempt, but you're still very much caught in what you had before. It's just a little change.
It's quite hopeful actually.
Think of
Because
something
there is
like you have a. This would be a typical thing on a drum set on the frame. Yeah. And it's not ta ta ta. Oh, I'm so tragic. Yeah. Before I mean, we have still a couple of minutes we have left. I would try to give it another attempt from 83 in order to have the whole thing with a bit more success in intonation and in fitting one part into
we
the
are
other.
not together on 87,
Yeah.
88 because
Yeah.
ta-ta-ta, I have to fit ta-ta-ti, and we are not
Yes.
really...
Yeah, okay, but try, I mean, everybody knows what is going on, and try to be flexibly into each other.
83?
83, can I
83?
do my Auftakt?
Yeah, of course, you can do everything. Okay, so Zarina, yeah. And and also all these figures, I think, need to have a certain lightness to themselves and not being burdened. Huh? Give it another try.
No, yeah,
So,
but
after da da di da, ding,
yeah, I have the first and then after the...
ba.
Can you do direct from your 19?
Yes, from 90. Now go! Good, much better. So you play A string first finger and... No, but this is an octave too high. Yes, that's the note. Okay, just the second last bar. What are you doing? It's the same thing on D string. Yes. Okay. Oh my dears. Okay. Yeah, we'll get back to that. So thank you very much. Thank you. It's too easy. Yeah.
Next up is the Czech trio Bohemo. They are part of the prestigious ECMA program and are due to give their Wiener Musikverein debut in the coming season. If you watched our welcome event, you couldn't miss their energetic playing style. Today, they will be working on Johannes Brahms' Piano Trio Nr. 3. Brahms wrote it in 1886 whilst on holiday in Switzerland, and he played the piano part himself at the premiere. Enjoy watching.
So, hello. I'm pleased that we can get together again. I think we start that you just play through the movement and I listen, and then we will address things. Thank you. Yeah. Very good. Very good in many respects for me. And maybe most important now could be that I ask you whether you're aware of certain things, how they come out in relation to what your intention is. And there is a bit of an observation that you have a lot of very well-shaped detail work, and I think we have to keep the bigger shapes in mind a bit more in order to be able to really set the developments to their real goal, and then have the transitions accordingly and so forth, and also making sure that the really big points are not disappointments in relation to other things. Yeah, disappointments not in the sense of that you fail, but that they don't deliver in the sense they are also by Brahms's indications meant. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is my goal, but very good playing and very knowledgeable playing also. So it's very nice. So we just heard that Brahms himself did the first performance of the piece, Jan, and I hear, and then I like that very much, that you are not totally obsessed with playing everything totally closed that is not written with an arpeggio sign, which is very much in the playing style also Brahms pursued. I think that when he writes an arpeggio, then we should really feature the arpeggio, which doesn't mean that everything that doesn't have the arpeggio sign necessarily has to be totally closed. Yeah. So I actually, what you do at the beginning with the presentation of the theme, that it's also not 100% to get that, I find really very good. I just had in a couple of places where there is the arpeggio sign, I had the feeling that this could be even more wider, the arpeggio. Yeah. So that there's a bit of a distinction. I think it's a bit similar to what is within a natural phrasing that is not indicated, and when there is an additional dynamic indication, for example, also by Brahms. Yeah? So that it is not like black and white, but when something is indicated, then it should be really noticeable. Okay, so my first observation, because I think the presentation of the first 3 bars of the main theme is very good. Also that the second bar does not like just but gives you the possibility to shape it to the dominant is very good. I just have the feeling that Matusz and Christina, you should actually continue more deliberately on the same level that you all reach together in the 3rd bar. It seems, because the piano stops playing, it seems as if there is a relaxation already, and that's this I think is not the idea. And actually, from how I read what Brahms wrote, I would think that the idea is that we have a certain crossing of activities. So whilst you are still with you are not finished with what you have just established all 3 together, and at the same time with the poco forte indication, Jan starts an ascent already on his own, and while you are still there and then going back to mezzo forte to join the next thing, he is already on the way.
So you think we drop it too soon?
I think you drop it too soon, and the next thing that I observed is that, in my opinion, Jan took it back too much last 8th note in bar 7.
Okay.
Because you interrupt actually your own ascent by that, because you are kind of waiting for the others to to go with you. But
it was
it's
deliberate
actually
by that design, yes.
Been-
that was deliberate in that. In
yeah,
that
yeah,
idea.
yeah.
So-
This, just to make this clear, my assumption is not that you have no idea what you're doing. I'm addressing what I hear and
Yeah, okay.
Thank
and
you.
sometimes maybe questioning it or suggesting to try it a bit differently. So that's the point. And then what apparently the intention of the composition is, of course, to create a bit of a turmoil in bars 9 and 10 because of the asynchrony of the triplets and the 16th notes, but with a 3-note slur in the 16th notes. So I think, as much as possible, that you and then that you really articulate the starts of the yeah, and of course you have to make sure that you still go in the same momentum so that you stay together. And then just I had the feeling that the turmoil thing was actually audible but not clear enough for me. And then it seemed a tiny bit like staggered into bar 11. So that after that this is really placed together, yeah. And then we get the second idea, the like marching fanfare thing, and this we can then look at in the next step. So, suggestion: we start once more from the beginning. You give it a try to sustain this energetic level, and think of this crossing. And the poco forte, by the way, for Brahms, it is as with Beethoven, but it is a bit different apparently. Brahms gives, this is my point of reference, one place, it's in the slow movement of the Third Symphony, where there is a place starting in piano, then mezzo piano, then mezzo forte, then poco forte, and then forte. So poco forte is in between. As what I take from that is in the character forte, but not as loud. Yeah.
Okay.
That was very good. Then apparently you were not totally sure about the momentum of taking it up again after this in the 11. And this would just have to give another try. There's still, in my opinion, a tiny bit too much gap when you go back for your mezzo forte and crescendo.
Yeah,
It feels a bit as if bar 7 is kind of a, and then it starts again together.
But shall we drop it a bit before? Make a little bit.
Well, I think, I mean, if we take ti-da-da-di, now we have the ninth on the dominant, ti-da-da, 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 ti-da-da. There is a certain line, but it is not a change in quality. It's not like, let's go back.
So we shouldn't do it artificially.
Yeah, I think it just, if you just follow what is there, it probably actually will deliver. And for Jan, it would be that your first 3 steps from the poco forte are 1, 2, 3 actually, and then you might start a bit less when your crescendo is written.
Ah, that's right. Yes.
Okay, but not with your third, because these 2 features add up, creating a certain hole, a gap. Yeah.
Okay.
successful. Still, I feel a tiny bit, Jan, that the last eighth note in 7 seems less than the last eighth note in 6. Can you just once play your poco forte start?
Just you?
Yeah, just you. Okay, so, I mean, of course, I don't have any secret proof. Brahms didn't write to me how he actually played it and wanted to play it. But this is what I take from the, just from the information in the score, that we have this a bit deliberately crossing thing. And actually, it makes more sense because it is a bit more kind of organic and not detached.
Yeah.
This is something that refers to what I already uttered as a general impression, that you have a lot of good detail work and it seems a bit detached. Yeah? And I would say just give it a try, but maybe we can, I might go from the beginning. I mean, it's not, this was, for me, really convincing and more compact. Not, no, actually better. Okay, so my next observation is now it was very well together, also with the start of the fanfare. But there is a tendency very often that it is exaggerated, of course, but that you seem to be done after the long note and then and this is even in the end of development section where we have this whole stretto orgy with the motive. Even there, when there are the stretto overlappings, I think it's better to sustain it with the posture. It's not meaning sustaining that you cry it out until the very end. But sustaining is important because then the architecture and the architectonic inner tension remains. Otherwise, it always feels like you have a scaffold and there's something loose and oops, it seems like it might break down. It doesn't really, but it feels a bit insecure. So this is what I would like you to give a try. And then my next point of interest is from reaching the B flat major in 26, because in between I found it very convincing before what you played. So, but can we now start from the fanfare? In 11, ta-dam, ta-da, yeah. Good. So the only thing is in when it changes to C major, ta-dam, ta-dam, ti-dim, ti-dim. Here I think Matusz, you're still a bit too not enough. Ti-da, ta-da. This ti-da, ta-da. Yeah. That's the only thing. Then it's very good, and but we can come back to this later. Now. Going into 26 is great, and 26 has the first written arpeggio, as far as I remember. And I think it's important to to set, for the first time, a new quality in forte. Because the forte quality up to now was energetic, dark, then with the fanfare thing, kind of very grasping. And now we have something that is rich and full, but not. And the arpeggio helps, of course, a lot to create this. And of course, we always want to make sure that the pizzicato is not just a visual thing, but if you shoot too much, it actually turns also the character into something unpleasant. And I think it should be actually, for the first time, something where we get the feeling, there's also another side to it.
Okay.
Yeah. So try to be generous. My observation in detail was that the bang, 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 they were really very clear shots. And then with the Fs, I didn't hear anything of the upper F, Matusz.
Yeah, because it's even. It
Yeah,
could be even worse.
well, we all know. We all know. I've played the piece a
So
couple
I
of
do-
times.
I
So
do like
yeah,
it
yeah.
better, yeah.
Yeah, but we agree that it should not be like day and night.
Of course.
So we want to. And the whole thing is that it is actually a percussive support to the melodic thing in the piano. With ram tarim tarim da di da tarim da di da di da. Yeah. Okay. No, but anyway, let me finish this because I'd like to address details, but at the same time not forget that my biggest concern is that we make better, bigger connections. So we have, when we reach, therefore I have to still speak, 26, B flat major, this a bit more generous. Then this is repeated with variation and extended. Yeah, so that's the, okay, yeah, nothing news. But the team ti da 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 tirim ti da da di da dum ti dum da di da. So it is. It gives a bit of a more emotional or painful touch to it. And now I address the way you articulate. I think you're a bit too much concerned with the ending of the note and not enough with the beginning of the next slur note. And if you're tiram, param, tiram, then it's articulated, you have consonants, but you don't chop it apart. Yeah? And another thing that I find very important, because Brahms apparently, maybe for himself, you never know, wrote very often for the piano part something like a pragmatic dynamic indication. So the mezzo forte in bar 30 in the piano part does not mean that the music is mezzo forte or is less than before, but you just should not be too loud. Yeah. So this is what I call pragmatic dynamics. Yeah. So probably 30 years earlier or 20 years earlier, Brahms would just not have written mezzo forte into the piano part. It also has to do, this you certainly know, that from 1877, the new Steinway cross-stringing model was there, which actually had much more power than the pianos before. Yeah? And this is important for us to know that the character of the music is quite much forte, but your function is to support Christina and then Matusz, and not to step back in the sense of I did my job before and now now I have a rest. Okay, so let's try maybe from the 22. the cantando theme. Good. Maybe the energy is now a tiny bit too much like out of yourselves, if I may say so. Can you? So it seems that you are extremely busy.
Oh, we are.
Yes, yes, but extremely busy in the sense of, hey, I have to tell you so much, and listen to me, hey. And if you could carry it more from your inside, it would probably project as much, but be a bit more credible in a way.
Okay.
Now it seems that you are doing a lot, but not that the music is going and you are with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's give it another try. Very good. Whatever. And we are aware of the fact that Brahms uses the rhetoric figure of interrogatio from 35 to 36. Are we?
I hope
We are,
so.
yes. Which means that the Tadram are still in question.
Yeah.
And that means that the time before you release the tension is not something that is like cut apart, but like this, and with no, voice is okay. So it's forte ma cantando. Interesting, actually. I mean, there are lots of people who sing loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, forte, so it means it should be strong. And it's not, just that you understand what I mean, it's not forte cantando or forte cantabile. He writes forte ma, but singing. Meaning, the two informations. It should not be soft, despite the relaxation in relation. Yeah, but apparently like that. And please mind really singing. Okay, so now it becomes tricky because what is singing? I mean, when you sing, what is the characterization of really singing in comparison to speaking? Because speaking also in most of the languages has continuation or continuity and has a speech melody. What is the difference to singing?
But speaking is more in small parts, right? Because there's more time between each word.
Yes. Yes. So one of the characteristics of singing is whatever sort of sustaining the sound. Yeah, does not mean that you have to sustain the sound. Just but I would never speak like that. This sounds very funny. Huh? Oh, my dove. Yeah, okay, so just in an artificial setup, and this is what we have to not forget, because otherwise the very fine observing of good articulation actually makes it speaking instead of singing. So there is, but there is in good singing there is no contradiction between good articulation and pronunciation and declamation, because the best singers, if you listen to, for example, the best lead singers, you don't need a textbook. There are singers like that. You can listen to an evening of Schubert or Schumann songs, and you don't need the text in the program because you understand what they are singing. But they are still singing and not speaking and not reciting the text with pitches. This is a different thing. This is this is what Schoenberg did in Pierrot Lunaire, for example. Okay, and this is what I want you to try, that you don't leave out your clear pronunciation, but still produce something that is qualified as singing.
Okay.
Okay? Can we maybe try just the build-up with the question before, so from 34?
Yeah.
So now I think, I mean, the continuity was much better. Now maybe the pronunciation was a bit too.
Okay.
Yeah. So that we really have. Yeah, I mean, you can also think of a text actually.
Yeah.
that contains consonants, and try to go from there. This is really helpful. And as we know, I mean, also Czech language has a different levels of clarity or spike in consonants, as German has. Yeah, and of course, it's always about the proper use of the language, because in dialect, also in German or in Austrian dialect, many consonants, just everything gets rather smooth and yeah. But so really that, and then you can find, is this something like a K or a P, or is it just an M, yeah, or a B or a D, yeah, something like that, because it is still necessary to be clear, because otherwise nobody would understand in singing a text, and it would be a vocalise. So, okay. Yeah, this we give a try. Before was very good, so we can just start. But there's one more thing. When it's after the first 6 bars, then why? This I hear very clearly, and it seems to be deliberate. Is less.
Well, my point was not the second be less, but I wanted to make to make it softer already. I mean, it's completely against what it's written, but I found it nice.
Yeah, we wanted to create a special moment.
Okay. The problem for me is, by creating this special moment 48, 49, the start of the crescendo, when the 2 bars are extended into 4 and then lead into the next, it seems again for me like a hole. It is like, whoops, like a void. Yeah? So maybe you manage to create something special without stepping out of the line totally. Yeah? Okay. So. good. I think we are getting closer, in my opinion. One thing, again, also, just always to be mentioned, and on our awareness standard level, is that articulation never should be mistaken with accent or emphasis. This was the first now was tu, pa, da, ta. It was a bit like you want to give an accent in there. Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
And this you should only do if you really think you should do it.
No.
But not that it happens because you are concerned with articulation, that it turns out to be an accent. Yeah? Okay, so, but otherwise I think it's actually working to have something special still. And then I think actually you should, with the start of the stretto, not hesitate again
Yeah.
in 50.
Okay, 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 okay. Yeah.
Yeah, when the ta-da, ta-da, ta-da comes, then we will manage to breach the whole thing. And another thing, again, for Jan, also this poco forte here is certainly due to pragmatics. So it's not that you're not a welcome partner in dialogue. It seems for me a tiny bit too uninvolved, what I hear from you. Yeah, too shy almost. Yeah. So of course you should not overpower them, and you should not give a comment in the sense of no, or something. But so you are certainly supportively consenting. But I think that the poco forte for the piano is just due to making sure that the piano is not too loud and too thick. Yeah? And we have, by the way, the same thing also later a couple of times. So, okay, one more time. Let's try, please. Very good. How does it feel for you in principle?
Again, more
It's
continuous.
more natural.
It's-
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Feels nice.
But always keep in mind there is no contradiction between clear pronunciation and declamation and the singing, if the singing is required, and because otherwise it's like once we try this and once we try this, but it actually goes together. Now, actually, I wanted to address it before, but now I just say that what I heard now from 58, I found actually already from 54, I found also very natural. And here again, it's helpful that you really do the arpeggio audibly, so that it's not about blam, stop, but blam, ta de da dam. So the rest is actually for breathing, and not. The concern is about stopping the quarter note. This you did before somehow. It sounded, when you got in 58, it sounded te, ta, di, da, te. Like, there was a children's book, a famous German children's book, when the tailor comes with the scissor. So it's just you have not an endless note, but tu, because you want to breathe.
Okay.
And the breathing is in the eighth note, but now it was actually much more natural. Okay. Then, why I interrupted is, where is the turning point of the whole section?
65.
Yeah, I would also say.
I think so, yeah.
And do you feel that this really delivers?
That's
In
a
the
good
sense of
question.
turning, well, maybe we have to talk about turning point. For me, it sounds like before now it was very naturally accumulating, and then it's,
True.
it's not a turning point, it's like, oops, all of a sudden everything is gone. Yeah?
Yeah.
And the turning point needs to be there, and then, from here, we are going down.
Yeah.
But this needs still support. And I think what is really helpful is a very prolific bass note, Jan.
Here.
And for the two of you, that you are like, if this is something like an arching bridge, then you are on top, but it does not break down, but it goes down like that. Okay, and a bit of the same is then also, because it's actually it takes a while until this is going into piano. Piano is only written in 73. Tubas before we have the written diminuendo. Yeah? So meaning, apparently, it's a longer descent. And then in the same thing here. I missed a bit when you played that. Also, again, there's an arc that is construed by the interaction of strings and piano. And again, there the turning point is in 76 on the second note, and in 77 on the second note, diminuendo is written and it goes down. And always also, I think, is important to watch in something that goes down, like also with the diminuendo, with the written diminuendo, is there any indication of the ending point or not? In this case, there is not. So that means actually in the end it can become really soft, like really pianissimo, yeah? Before we start development section. Okay, so I would go from 54 once more. Actually good, in a way, but what I perceive is that you make a ritardando immediately starting in 65. Is this what you want?
No.
I think this makes the whole endeavor a bit more difficult than, yeah?
64 you mean?
No, actually 65. 65 seems to ti-ta, re-ta, ra-re-ta, re-ta, ra-re, like something like that. And I think you should still keep up your interaction. Of course, place 65, yes. But then not making from there a ritardando. Let's go from 61. Small detail. This was, I think, actually successful. Maybe just for your next tries, then still keep in mind when you should start to release how much in dynamics. That the whole thing is a descent, a long descent was now really good, but I think, yeah. At the very ending, ti-da-dum, ti-da-dum, ti-da-do-do-do-dum. There's always the danger that when the others stop, that it seems like you start again.
Yeah.
Can we
that's
just try from the piano once to...
Yeah.
So now it was together, but this yeah. But I had the feeling before that it was not together because but that it is not totally clear what is actually what is going on. We have with this augmentation start of the theme, then also an augmentation of the dominant. With and the question is whether this should be really kind of like that, because then it makes sense to really break it apart. But if it already declines before, or then it seems like they need this because they otherwise cannot start together.
No.
And of course,
adjustment yesterday to be exactly like this, hold the tension and then start. But obviously,
but it did not yet work. Yes. Yeah. Okay. But let's start now from Jan when jump to A. So this was very good, I think.
Yes, we have.
Then I'm not totally sure if the place where you already start to make some noticeable ritardando before the key change is ideal. I hear that from where diminuendo is written, you start making also a noticeable ritardando, and I think it should be rather is also observing the sempre piano, meaning don't,
Okay.
that it should stay in something that is in total uncertainty, like in the mist, in a way. Yeah, and then with the, now I like much more than before the dolce, the piano dolce, because it was more of the dolce kind. I just think that due to the writing in the piano, we hear something that I hear in bar 101, a noticeable diminuendo of everybody, and then it sounds louder than before.
Okay.
But Brahms's indication is pure piano, which certainly refers being something different from the dolce before. So we have to find something that you, on the one hand, observe everything that is written, on the other hand, do not come up actually not deliberately with the opposite of what is written. So what can help is that the strings don't make so much diminuendo after ti do 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 di di do 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 do. Just towards the very end, and Jan makes a diminuendo that you then actually can continue.
Yeah.
Yeah? And not a diminuendo on its own, and then you start something new.
Right.
Okay, so let's try from this interruption, the second beat in 87. May I just give you the piano, and then we have sempre piano, which does not mean that where sempre piano is written, you have to play as soft as you can and then don't change anymore. But don't get louder.
Yeah.
That's the message.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Now diminuendo. Now come again a bit. Okay, and are we in agreement that this diminuendo actually coming originally from a section that is in più piano, then we had the swell, the swell with a bit also of this gesturous element, and then we have diminuendo over almost 3 bars. That means it becomes really soft. And then this piano is like, not loud, but it is a distinct coming back. You cannot do a diminuendo from più piano over almost 3 bars into piano. That is not possible.
No. I think we plan to kind of sneak in.
Yeah, but I think that what is
the clear, entrance.
so that the level is set.
Yeah.
Then we see what comes from it. Yeah, and congratulations. I think this sempre piano place was very, very good. Let's go from the dolce once more. This we can have better. Section. So yes, good. For the section now with all this contrapuntal interaction, I think that the most important part of it is to clearly define where everybody is on his and her own by the composition and where you join forces. Yeah? Which is so the being on one's own is trusting that everybody plays in the same pulse, in the same movement. Not so much about are we together here? Are we together? Because the result will be that you play in synchrony because you are in the same pulsation, but you have individual things to say. And then you join when everybody together, ta-dam, ta-da, ti-ta-ta-ta-ta-dim, then it's joining. Yeah? And I have the feeling that this is a bit undefined.
Yeah, we have a problem with brushing this place.
With rushing or brushing?
Brushing.
Brushing. Well, but
To me, it's unclear what exactly should be the, you know,
What should
the,
go out?
the phrase or the rhythm or something which should stick out in a way, or whether it's like you said, everybody has its own part and we just it's kind of not a mess, but you know, organized mess in a way.
I'm more sympathetic with the idea not of an organized, not of a mess, but of an organized multi-layer business. And not there is one thing that has to be featured and the others have to step back
and
for
I think
that.
we have a bit troubles placing the layers.
Yeah, okay. So what helps is apparently what comes always in the second part of the fanfare or much fanfare theme. Ta-dam, ta-da, ti-dim, ta-de, ti-dim, ta-de, ti-dam, ta-da. And then out of this, ta-dam, ti-di, ta-dam, there's a new feature that develops from this. This feature is, of course, interesting. Yeah? And because it then is not ti-dam, ta-da anymore, but ti-di, ta-dam. Okay. The next thing that is also, I think, interesting and suggests a certain clear support in playing, in shaping, is that this this like shampoo bubbles or rockets coming up.
Not shampoo.
That this is supported. Yeah, and I think that it is written in a way that if everything is played accordingly, it's actually intelligible.
Okay.
And you would actually not, by trying to over feature something, you don't actually.
So we shouldn't overthink it.
Yeah, no. I mean, thinking about it is very helpful because it's really amazing how it's combined and how it's done. But the result of all this genius combination ability is that we have three layers at the same time that are kind of equally valuable. And I think this is the idea. And then from these three autonomous components, we have places where you join forces. That what is what I meant. Okay, let's give it a try like that. Ta-da! This is, of course, you join forces here. And before, this already worked for me. You join forces. Please don't force, by the way you are playing the triplets, Jan, to do something very unnatural with tim, ta-dam, ti-tim, ta-dam. Ti-tim, ta-da, ti-tim, ta-da. This is what he has to play, actually.
Yeah, we know. It's on purpose. We wanted to stretch the second
Yes,
entrance
it sounds
a bit.
very awkward, if I may say so.
Would you say so?
So I think the idea is basically good, but how you are doing it is not really convincing.
Yeah.
So of course this team, this is what you want to have.
Yeah.
Yes, but try to stretch your elbows within. So you are confined in a capsule or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
But don't break it. Okay?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, one more time. The thing before was more successful before, but it was. Let's just feature now that this B flat major thing, 120. Can we just go ta-da, ta-dam, ta-da? So the upbeat to 123, and try to be ting ta ta ti ta ta tim early with the triplet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not te ta ta, because if you wait, then it feels like ta 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 tim. This is nothing. This has also no quality of this.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you start a tiny bit early, then and of course you are still aware and will not just yeah. Second was good. First was not yet. Well, try. Jan, yeah, good. I think this is probably the key to it. From 126, we have the pedal, the organ point, already on dominant. Boom. It's always there. This is what is the feature at the beginning of exposition from the third bar on. Yeah. Here it's already, and that's also, yeah. Brahms, yeah. You have to come up with solutions like that. It's incredible. So, as we see, recap is not established in a regular way. Does not come with, but everything is there. The second part of it got a climactic quality with this, yeah. So this fanfare thing that was actually the second feature in the opening, in the presentation. Yeah, this is now blown up with this business we just handled, and then we are on. Already in 126, we are on the dominant pedal, and this means there is no retreat anymore, because this asks very, very strongly for some sort of resolution. Yeah? The resolution is only given with the second subject in C major. Forte ma cantando from bar 150.
Yeah.
Because everything else is in principle on G. Yeah? Okay. And now, one thing is that I think this kind of almost catastrophic feeling must be supported by your pedal. Always when again with the G, with the low G.
The organ point.
In the organ point, yes. Yeah, I mean pedal is the English correct expression for organ point.
Okay.
Yeah. In German or probably also in Czech it's Orgelpunkt. Yeah. But anyway, so I don't mean your machine pedal. No, it's the yeah. Let's say organ point. Yes. So you really keep this up, and then there is actually, if we read what Brahms writes, we have forte, and actually molto forte apparently, and then a subito piano in 131 on the second quarter note. Yeah? And what else?
crescendo
Crescendo. Mhm. Where does the crescendo go?
until
140
40.
or 130. Yeah, 140.
140. Yes. Okay. It's a challenge. But and of course it's not possible to have a crescendo that is kind of continuously just getting louder. But what we have to manage is to give the impression.
Yeah.
And this you didn't. We had some nice relaxation point in what I heard when you played through before in bars 131 to 134. And then you started again and it was a bit like in the beginning. Yeah? And this apparently I think should be different. Okay, so let's go from organ point. And we try to manage. Sorry, and I don't, I mean, of course, always when it's loud and then soft, there must be something. But you make it as if there's a full stop.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah? Ta-dim, ta-rim. Ah-da-dee. You can, of course, take time. But it's a question of the quality of your time taking, that you don't finish something and start a new thing, but it's just a necessary gap because of the sound change. Going towards the end of our time, but just a small thing. I think it was already much more convincing. Now with the ram, team, bam, 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 I think it's a bit different from what we had at the beginning. It's not just the two quarter notes, but the three actually belong together, even if the first one is heavier.
Yeah.
But in the response in the piano, there's no change, no difference in bam, dum, dum, but it's just bam, 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 and this should be a bit more equal.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we jump because the whole second subject section is now just in C major, but is apparently more or less literally the same. And then for coda, I have two observations. The biggest, the most important is the only place where we have, I think it's the only place, where we have a written fortissimo in all parts.
That's only there.
That's 220.
Yeah.
And this did not deliver.
Okay.
It was, as what I said before, qualified as a disappointment.
I mean, it's only for this in the first movement.
So we have to make sure that this, after when ta-dam, ti-dim, ta-dam, ti-dim, ta-dam, that it's not only the beginning, but actually the succession that is most important. Yeah? Okay? Let's try the coda once more. So in 192. Beginning of coda is very fine. Then I think Jan, after the arpeggio chord G major in 199, the start of your little should be a bit more, because you set the situation even before the others start. Yeah. I mean, of course, you have to feel it together because they cannot react to like one, but just with more sound, with a bit more. But a little. Yeah. And then I think and then there was one more thing, and if you play then once from there until the end, I think actually two more things, if you can take it. From 208, it sounds ram, da 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 de, da 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 de.
Okay.
Yeah, so we understand each other. And then the second time we go to the climax. And at the very end, when dee da 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 dee da dee 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 da dee 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 da dee da da bom ram ba, the hemiolic thing in the three last bars is very important, because the augmentation first goes to from de da 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 de to da 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 da, and then da ba and ba.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it should be in one.
So we play coda and then we are. Yeah. Actually, was there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Today's masterclass concludes with a young string quartet from Salzburg. Lucas Hagen is an important mentor for them, and they're currently studying with Johannes Meissl. The Javus Quartet will be performing Bela Bartok's String Quartet No. 4, composed in the summer of 1928. It features Hungarian folk melodies, which was a particular field of interest for the composer. Have fun.
Okay, hallo, willkommen. Also, ich glaube, wir starten mal mit einem Durchlauf. Let's go through the movement and then we see. Very good. Very good. So I think actually we can step far beyond being concerned with problems in organization that are always, of course, demands, and try to find out which characters you read in the music, which you imagine, which are the appropriate sound features to support them, and also, yeah, things of really that we start really to say something. What comes over very well is general energy, very good. Vigor. Also contrasts are there, so, but maybe within the different emanations of energy and being strong, and we can make even a bit more distinctions. So there's this main motive that appears for the first time in bar 7, that as a motive itself, that the tilam has this. When it's written in the cello part for the first time, it even has the tilam. Yeah. So, how would you characterize this, Oskar? Is it something affirmative, or is it something almost inquisitive, or you want to?
It's like for the first time trying to break out of something what was before. Even though
yes,
because it's going on the last.
And the material, which also qualifies as some kind of main theme idea, before. So as you played it, certainly energetic, and not lyrical in the sense of indulging. But maybe what we could have in mind is that from the start, it has something to do with brightness and rather with light, actually. Light in the sense not making light, but light. Yeah. So brightness, because so that when it starts, and I mean, if you look into the collection of Bartók string quartets, it interestingly enough always features as in C, like in C major, which it up to a certain extent is, but the major is always just like for a very short time, and there's very often also the shadowing with the E flat at the same time, and then of course there are always other notes attached. But maybe this could be something that it has a more positive attitude when you start out. In the sense of not, oh, this is such a tragic business and everything, but like this, like this. And then, of course, we do have this overlapping of, if we look into it, of C major, C minor, and then in with the third start up to bar number 5. You could say you start in C minor, you start in C sharp minor, and then D minor and D sharp minor. So it's already like this idea of building a cluster. But just as something that stands behind your basic attitude, that starting out is not. But like that, yeah. Could we give it a try? I think the start was good, and maybe it's not necessary for the violins to neither to actually deliberately drop it nor to reinforce it with a crescendo in the second bar. Just that it's so that it is what it is. Yeah, and by the collaboration of the three voices, we get this. Yeah, not so. It's not just like this is in C major. It has already some twists and turns to it, but it is what it is. And then the second beginning, like it turns into minor, and this is taken up, and then we get it so that there is a permanent development actually from the very beginning. And this is important, I think, in the sense also of a playful attitude. So the playful attitude taken from the material is, let's explore what we can do with these things. So we can lay them like in halftone steps above each other, we can widen the intervals, we can do it in inversion. And we always do it in different, because then also in recap it comes in totally different order. So it starts out with the cello, and but this is normal business for good composers, coming from Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and going through Brahms, then finally ending up with Bartók. So, and by that also, by this basically playful attitude, it is probably possible without trying to be, Bartók is always so bound to the folkloristic things. It is part of this. It's almost, I mean, there are pieces where he just really features something, but it's always in a way totally digested and not just put like a quote. Yeah? But it is always also a part of it. Okay, so the thing would be even more playful, basic approach. Let's give it a try. For me, this was very, very great. Now, what we can improve is in the meno forte, we lose clarity in the succession in the microcanon. Yeah. Could we start from, so that it is meno forte, like taking this space in order to be able to make the lead into the tone, but with the same bite in the articulation. Yeah, let's give it a try from upbeat to 7. 8. Sorry, 8. Yeah. Well, just a tiny bit hesitant. And try not to have this. So it's just the momentum just goes on. It's only that you reduce a bit the dynamics, but the energy stays the same and the momentum stays the same. Maybe one word to the basic articulation of tan tan ten tilde, that it is marcato, but always has, every note needs a bit of a body to it. It has a tendency that you play ta 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 tilde, just too short. So yeah, this you have to try out, that you don't actively lift the bow from the string, but yeah, keep it with the weight closer to the string. Can we go from this where it starts? That is the 4th, 8th note in bar 11. One, very good duet notes, really good. And then here I think the build-up, when it's not featured with the extra hairpin, crescendo hairpin, then I would go for the dan ten tin tilde for the natural accent. Yeah? But the articulation is brilliant now. Anushka, no. I don't want to torture you, but what actually happens is da da nothing da 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 nothing da da.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because the harmonic just needs a bit more support. Otherwise, it's a gap. It's a hole. Yeah, but very good before. But maybe you are now concerned too much about the bow speed. The bow speed only works if you actually get the string. This was good. Yeah. Okay. Now you have it. So try to find the contact point where it works best. Yeah. Yes. Now, Matthias, good. This was brilliant. Geht doch. Next question also here. Do you have already a common understanding of what this section is in basic character? Is it nice? Is it menacing? Is it undefined? Is it dolce? I just come up with things. There's no suggestion. It's just, yeah, you see what, and because, I mean, of course, up to a quite big extent, we can also trust composers like Bartók that they knew what they wanted to produce, and by how they arranged everything, the material already took care of the intended image, vision, atmosphere, expression, or whatever. But still, I think we have to also have an opinion on that, because otherwise we cannot feel it. We are like just, just executors. Yeah. Is there something that you already came up with?
I think it's something more far away and
searching, we said sometimes a little bit.
And it's not fixed because the rhythm, also with the accents, there's a certain
uncertainty.
Yeah, also.
Yeah, okay. Could it also have something that could have to do with maybe something that you said from far, or that has a certain seductive quality to it, that like sirens singing or something like that? What I want to support is that you have, apart from trying to be good with everything that you have to play and to live, and not, that you have a common understanding what this is for you. And this we also you also have to try out. because only by also falsifying you find out what you don't want to have. Yeah? So it might be that everybody suddenly starts to play too much espressivo or something like that, and then you say, no, this is not where we want to go. But you have to try it out, because otherwise it remains in a state of being undefined, a bit too much to be able to have a telling quality to an audience. Yeah? And this process I would like to. We don't have to talk about this. It's just like I set the task. Okay. Very good. So whatever it was exactly now, it had a different quality. It felt much more like there is something that is engaging, yeah? And it might be also different, but it was very good. And then actually, bravo for the returning into the present activity. This was very good now. Crescendo in 24, 25, and starting the Marcato with the main motive again. What I think we could do once more is starting from bar 30, which we already defined as actually the result, in a way, of what was before. Yeah? So not like an immediate big change, but the result is then making a new use of the material again, because for the first time the quasi-scales, or the hexachords or hepta chords get featured a bit more prominently, and this could have a more playful appearance, I think. And where I interrupted you, I think we need the sforzato more like a trigger for the pesante. It seems for me that you rush over the sforzato and then all of a sudden want to be pesante, and this feels a bit unnatural. Yeah? Yeah, so maybe start in 26. Violin start last three eighth notes. Again, that's good. And apparently you also enjoyed your playing a bit more than before. And this immediately, of course, transmits and conveys. Still, I have the feeling that in the pesante, the second time, tim, it gets a bit too much all of a sudden. Now, actually, I think that it should also more take care of itself by just playing the right things. Yeah, so this I would much more leave to the general decision, and because otherwise it gives the impression as if you all of a sudden have something very, very important to say, but nobody understands why and what. Okay? Then fine, and now referring also to what I heard when you played through, in the section from 44, it starts very well, and then when the ba-da-da-da-dee, these need a bit bit more attack. Yeah, but attack without releasing too much, because the second 16th note otherwise would be lost. But okay, so that's this, but also good keeping the energy until the end before the development section starts. And so let's go from 35 with pickup. Yeah. Very good. Thank you for the things addressed first. Marie, I think you dropped too much in 42.
Okay.
And but here I would maybe we establish another game. The game is everybody is part of the game, but everybody leaves enough space for the others too. So nobody deliberately steps back because I'm not important. So everybody is important, but everybody wants to give enough room and space for the others at the same time. A nice game, huh? Can we can we go from 41? And I think coming out of that then with diddle, diddle, tim, you just really, you don't need to start afresh because you are already pushed into it. Matthias, good. It was great. Very good. Now, just a question about what is going on, based on what is going on with the compositorial material in our emotional status from this start of the development section. So we have something that we already know, but it uses the full, like the open range, not narrow texture. We get a first introduction of this element of the glissandi that later become apparently more important. And it leads into this place where the 30 seconds are introduced for the first time. So, is it about let's go on and explore and have fun, or is it maybe becoming? I mean, this is already a bit suggestive, but it just to open also this possibility that now it's getting kind of
of
serious in the sense of maybe more troubled?
I think
through this glissandi, it's becoming more like, I don't know, like later all this glissandi comes and it's so, was ist bedrohlich?
Menacing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe here already it's a bit
Okay, so it's
more
an announcement of more or less, or a first appearance of this. Yeah? Yeah. Then, if you feel it like that, then maybe just try to play it in this way, just from that everybody is in this mood, and we can see whether it is convincing.
A bit to 44? Oder ist das blöd?
Nein, ist gut.
So just to take this back, maybe now we talked. I think we are in an interesting explorative way, starting from 49. But the thing before, where you started now, should this be already troubled in principle, or is this like, hey, oh yeah? Like we are on top of everything.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
So this like celebrating your earthy vicar. Yeah. And then also after this long fortissimo, because the energy has to stay fortissimo with the bang 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 bang, yeah, with the it's, and you could also of course read it somehow still as a possible thing that actually would be in C major, but it's not C major because it's a cluster. Yeah, but something that has this power. And then it's apparently less, because forte cannot be the same as fortissimo and gets another quality. This could be a possibility. It's certainly not the only way to read it, but I think it would be worth a try to start once more the same place and then change your inner disposition. I think it's for me this makes sense. We can improve still if you want. The start from 49 by not overforcing it actually. Yeah, and then from where pure forte is written, it gets that the duetto between first violin and cello has a certain lamenting nature to it. This yeah, so it changes actually the material into something. So let's do this first, maybe that we just play Marie and Oscar from 54. Okay, and the same thing, but you have to keep also really the sound level, because otherwise they will cover you if they also play. But the nature of this playing, I think, is fully now conveying lamento. let's do the other two from 54 and just also listen to what comes out with your interesting interval combinations. What is interesting, it has a kind of a, what would be a bordone. Yeah, it's always changing a bit, but the E is as a basic thing permanently present, and it might allude, don't know, but this is a possibility, that it alludes to the suffering key of E minor. So if you place something that is not hey hey hey, but you have something that is permanently there, yeah, tin 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 ti da da tin tin, but not too much espressivo. It's just it to be there. Okay. And at the end of this section, everybody comes together into this. Okay, let's do it together from 54. Okay, very good. Just I think you can do the same direction into the bar 58 without the making this, because tiram, that keeps the lamenting and the sighing. Yeah? Okay. Okay, now let's go from the start in 49. Very good, and for the whole stretch, very good. This is my next place that I would have mentioned anyway. 70, very good. Taking time for the start, but then you play meno mosso for the for the three beats in pianissimo. That is not necessary.
No.
Yeah, just clearly set it apart from the other places, but not meno mosso. Okay, and then when we then later get to the culmination and to recap, yeah, I would just give it another try for the glissando business to get even better with that. But good. So I think we could start last two 8 notes in 68. Oscar starting the mezzo forte.
Yeah.
It's not about playing louder in the mezzo forte, but it has to be really totally equal in the enterings, in the entries of everybody. Yeah? Every time when the mezzo forte comes. but still, mezzo forte much better. Start of pianissimo good, but still it makes ritardando. Now it's not pure adagio from the beginning, but it makes a ritardando, and I think it shouldn't. Also much better, and just keep in mind that harmonics always need a bit more support, because if you don't give a bit to a pianissimo harmonic, it is not audible. Yeah? And if you have enough sound before and after, then the contrast will be great. But still, the harmonics should sound. Otherwise, very good. And it's just this, also the dramaturgical or developmental question that interests me here, from when in 75 for the first time the explicit glissando comes, and still we have the contrasting piani. Then we have this fortissimo in 80, kind of, but we are here. And then it comes again, and then the, it's like, yeah. So probably Bartók also, up to a certain extent, would have been happy with some features of rock and metal music. Yeah, so probably not at all in everything, but a part of it, yeah. And I think this should have some quality of this. Yeah. And question is now: should the forte with the glissandi bars always be just the same?
I think it gets more and more intense.
Agreed agreed by everybody?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, fully agreed by me. Only problem is I can't hear it. So we have. So we give it a try to establish this, but starting 75 is probably a bit awkward. So last mezzo forte maybe, huh? Can you start there, or you just play 72? The bar. You can start there. Okay. That's a challenge. It feels like, oh, yeah. No, keep going. Keep going until all of a sudden the tarara starts to get less, because then you leave everybody in the audience like this. Yeah. Okay, but very good. This was convincing. Yeah, you see, you just have to follow your intentions. Yeah. Let's go from the metal business, and we know what ruvido translates into.
Rau, grob.
Rau und grob, ja. Rough. Ja. Rude. Ja.
Von wo? Direkt dort.
Ja. but we don't need the whole thing anymore. But much better. Where can you start? Maybe in 87. So the last 3 eighth notes in 87.
Siebenundachtzig.
87.
Wir spielen 5, 6, 7, die letzten 3. Ah ja, okay.
What we said at the beginning deliberately, we don't do it. Here it's written, and we should do it. Das Crescendo am Ende, yeah. The crescendo at the end of the okay. And what I think is also necessary that Oskar, when you come in with your double stops, that the C string is really sounding. Because this gives, again, some reference to the start, of course, so that recap is somehow comprehensible and intelligible, and we have a chance to somehow connect to C major, whatever. Yeah? Like now, chun 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 chullam. Okay, yeah, just again a bit with the Menoforte we had a slight insecurity, but very good. Let's go from the last 3 eighth notes in 96. 96 it is, yeah. And then, Oskar, you are the initial from the beginning. I mean, I hear you very well, but so that it's really clear that you started and the others follow.
Okay.
Yeah. Very good until here, and here bit of a danger with the down bows. I'm not totally sure because it gets very short actually. What one hears is kak 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 kak, and not pam 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 pedal pam ten ten ten. So this sound body does not really come. I mean, probably it's also possible, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, we tried it today, but yeah, we're still not sure.
Yeah.
What do we want to do?
Yeah, just. I mean, in the sense of maybe it can be even better, but it should not lead you into something that is the result of doing the down bows. Yeah? Because then you detach yourself from what you think you are doing from what actually is coming out. Yeah, because the message is a totally different one. Ja. Ja.
Wir müssen mal hin und her. Ja, dann streichen wir am Anfang. Ja.
And actually, just to, it is a bit also the same than still in later in coda when it comes in 134. Again, there I also found that the articulation was too bodilessly short. Yeah. Most of the thing in the coda was good. I just think that you can still improve the. It's has to do a bit with intonation, the sound in the piano insertions after 130. So first time 137. Yeah, and that it's like it's a two-phase business, but in principle the whole thing has a continuity. So there was a bit the danger that one had the feeling that now it's it loses this inner direction. Okay, let's try from where were we? Yes, 116. Yeah, up to 116, and we try to go through. Better. I think much better. And since we are about to stop, I appreciate now very much the keeping this continuity. In the last section now, I just wanted to point out that always tan tan tim, even if tan tan tim tildam does not come, it's always the three leading. So the danger is a bit after ten te run tun tun. Ting 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 pildam twing ten 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 twing ten 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 twing, and then ten 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 till ten ten ting dam ten ten till ten ting dam. Okay, so let's go from up to 149. Yeah. Diddle 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 with the 16 notes. Well, a bit of brushing still necessary, but it will be really, really very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.